We'll pop on in. Hello. Welcome. Nintendo presents The Legend of Zelda. Tears of the Kingdom. Here we go. Now, because I haven't played this in quite a while, I'm not going to skip the cutscenes because I honestly kind of want to see them again anyway. So
This strange gloom keeps getting thicker.
I'll just leave this as it is. I'm not going to worry about skipping cutscenes and all that. So once we're actually like in and playing, I'll kind of explain the rule sets.
What could be down here?
Kind of explain what we're going through with the challenge run and all that. Once we start moving around in the Sky Islands, but for now, we got some caves to explore. Let's go! We are beneath Hyrule Castle. Pardon me if I move around a little bit.
People have been falling ill after coming into contact
Adjusting my personal volume. It's a little bit finicky to do.
Misty and not concentrated enough to harm us.
Because I have to do it through my monitor settings.
From beneath Hyrule Castle.
Like I said, I have kind of a finagled setup.
We do not know what waits below, so we need to be ready for anything. But I know I'll be okay with you, Link.
We'll do it together.
Mystery.
Might solve a mystery. Or rewrite history with Zelda. Woo! We're beneath the Hyrule Castle, Zelda. Woo! I love the little dance. What was Link doing? I can't believe I was doing that. What has happened? The Master Sword is glowing. Oh no, it's almost 2 a.m. for me. I think this is gonna get a little bit silly. I'm gonna have a little bit of that silly energy. I knew we had reason for concern. Ever since the end of the calamity, the castle has fallen into neglect. But I never could have imagined anything like these tunnels were hiding here. We must be careful as we move deeper. Alright, careful. Got it. Woo! I gotta crouch. It'll make me more careful. I just love this little wiggle. Wee. Link, look here. Look. Watch out. These are ruins from an ancient civilization. Wait, something is written here. Might these ruins be from the Zonai? They might be. Wee! Oh! Look at this! I've never seen one of these intact before. This is the famous Dead Sea Tupperware. Listen. Ah, still good. These carvings. I'm sure they're Zonai in origin. I've seen designs like this in my studies. Oh, I'm sorry. My silly energy is just... I cannot contain it tonight. I don't know. I think it's just because I'm so happy to be playing after after all of the troubleshooting and tinkering with settings. It's just like I'm playing a fun game again. Feels really nice. It might also be because it's 2 a.m., but that's fine. I don't mind a little bit of silly energy. It feels nice, so I'm not too worried about it. The Zonai are said to have lived long ago, in the time of earliest legend. They possessed godlike powers and had a prosperous civilization in the sky. Many history books tell us about the Zonai, but none give us a full picture. Much is still unknown about them. Running down the hallway. No, let me run! Zelda, please! Let me run free! Let me be the free-roaming Link I was meant to be. Those statues there! The ones you're standing right between. They got some funny-looking feet, don't they? Like flippers, they are. Is this what the Zonai looked like? They seem so different than us. And such large ears. The better to hear us with, my dear Link. How did the ruins from a civilization in the sky end up here beneath the castle? It looks like the path ahead goes even deeper. Let's continue, Link. Yeah, I would if you'd let me. I just want to run. I don't know, I like his little saunterly jog. Bats. Get him out of here.
You are not hurt, are you, Link?
Yeah, those things didn't even touch me. What are you talking about? You think some bats could hurt me?
Look at these murals.
They tell of the time when the blades stood against...
The written histories of the royal family.
Oh, I'll stop.
Stories of a great war fought long ago. It was
Oh,
a conflict
no.
between allied tribes and someone only ever referred to as the Demon King.
Oh, man.
Is it possible? Do these murals depict the same legend?
I don't know why, but my brain just cannot remember the name of the dragon from Skyrim. Like, you know, the big bad.
Statues we saw earlier.
A Zonai.
And these figures look like Hylians.
That they do.
This depiction certainly suggests that the Zonai descended from the heavens. It is said that my ancestors, the first of Hyrule's royal family, were born from a union with gods who had descended from the heavens. These murals tell a similar story, and if they are accurate, then the gods mentioned were the Zonai. They must have forged a relationship with the Hylians of that time, working together to establish the Kingdom of Hyrule.
Hey, that's where we are right now.
He seems to be stealing something of incredible power from the young kingdom. This all aligns with what I've read during my studies.
Yeah, it's really interesting watching these cutscenes for the second time.
The Demon King.
Because now that I've played through the whole game, I have more context behind these murals. Because I've seen the Dragon Tear memories.
Depicted here really does represent the Demon King. Then
So it's interesting seeing these and just being reminded of the actual, like, cutscene memories.
this mural must be the Great War recorded in the royal histories. This is the imprisoning war and the events that led up to it. Link, this is a huge discovery. All right then, now to use this invention of Pura's. I'm glad I didn't leave it behind. It's so easy to record. You point it and click.
It's just so easy. All you gotta do is just point and click.
Like the rest of the murals are obscured.
Yeah, but those rocks got, like, big cracks on them. Just take a bomb and just go at them with the bomb.
Maybe we'll find more answers farther ahead. Link, let's keep moving deeper.
It's like Zelda's never played a Zelda game before. Like, she just does not know the telltale signs to be looking out for in the environment. I don't know why I love this little run. Just this little wiggle back and forth. It looks so goofy. Oh my god. Link, why are you doing that, bro? I know this is supposed to be really suspenseful. Dude, that set piece is so cool, though. I do love the way that the music kind of like swells up to this point. Oh man, if I weren't being so silly, I could make it more cinematic and just do like a slow walk. I don't know, I'm just having too much fun. What is this place? Let's continue, Link. But we must be extremely careful. Okay. Let's go.
What is that?
It's the future. Oh, looks like we got here just in time. Wonderful. Oh, big scary man's moving. Oh, that's so... It's so spooky, dude. Ooh. Oh, man. Man, the drama behind this whole scene, it just... Everything goes wrong.
The darkness, the blade that shatters so easily against my power, cannot save you from me.
Gosh, I love this depiction of Ganon, though.
You, who carries that fragile sword, a link. Raru placed his faith in you.
Hey, I actually know who that is now.
That was all you could do.
How do you know our names?
How does he know our names indeed? Also, hello Ninmoon, welcome on in. We're doing kind of like an episode 0 of the challenge run. Since most of what the challenge run actually affects doesn't really pertain to the like opening tutorial section of the game, I figure I do kind of like a bonus stream right before our usual stream time, so that we kind of can start off in a more relevant location when we have a larger chunk of time. Do it. Reach for her. Ghost Hand. Ghost Hand saved us. But do remember that cutscene. All the way at the end of the game, that cutscene will pay off. And that's something that's really cool for me to kind of think about from the perspective of having played through the whole game once. Is now this is my second time playing through. Now I get to kind of see things with that full playthrough's knowledge. It's pretty neat. It is a pretty fun experience, and I do enjoy it quite a bit. A story so nice, it's worth visiting twice. So yeah, once we take our initial plunge here at the beginning, then I'll start kind of going over a general gist of what our rule set is going to look like for the playthrough. And like I mentioned earlier, I'll be doing this explanation again during my usual stream,
Finally you wake.
just to make sure that anybody who wasn't able to drop in during this kind of like unusual bonus stream time
Deal about you from Zelda.
has a chance to also be on the same page in terms of the information.
Your wounds were severe. I am relieved to see you escape death. Your arm, however, was beyond saving. I had to replace it, lest the injury endanger you further.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Being in front of Ganon for like less than 2 minutes and already our arm was completely unsalvageable. That's some pretty nasty power that he wields. Alright, Master Sword. Looking a little worse for wear. Oh, man. That little that musical sting there. It just, it feels off, and there's a reason for that. Its sacred power has been diminished. You know, that's saying something, considering that this is the Master Sword. This is, like, the weapon that seals the darkness. Well, I gotta cut through. Alright, let's get ourselves situated here. Oh, fast travel point, huh? Well, we won't be using that. Get the cranks a-turning. Oh boy. One stamina wheel. I mean, I could jump, or I could jump on my own terms. So yeah, we basically just gotta be heading out our usual way. Because basically, our rule set is, as far as what I've decided to do up to this point, the main part of the challenge run that I really wanted to emphasize for myself was no fast travel allowed. I'm not going to be able to basically teleport between, like, just teleport to different fast travel points. If I want to go somewhere in the world, I'm gonna have to get myself there. So that is the primary sort of crux of the challenge run, is just that I will not be using fast travel for any reason, if at all possible. I can't recall if there's anything that would technically require it, but as far as I can control, I will not be using fast travel of my own volition. So let's take the big dive. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Was that the light dragon I saw? Was that the light dragon? That is totally the light dragon. That is crazy. Hang on. I'm gonna take a screenshot of this real quick. I took a screenshot on my first playthrough as well. I want to compare and see if the light dragon was in my initial screenshot as well. I love the way they the way they timed that music is so good. It's fantastic. But yeah, I do want to go back in my gallery and check at some point and see if the light dragon is visible during my first dive through. I'm just gonna immediately switch to the tree branch, because that decayed master sword does not last for very many hits. Alright, so no fast travel is like the main aspect of the challenge run. I need to get my timing for dodges down again. I mean, I guess that counts. My tree branch broke, but now I have yours. Oh, you do a double, right, okay. I have to relearn all the enemies because it's been so long. It's been so long since I last played. Yeah, I just want to get some materials here. 'Cause we're going to want those. We're gonna definitely want those for later when we have access to our fusing power again. So no fast travel is not the only restriction I'm putting on myself for the sake of this run. While I was thinking about it, I was trying to think, you know, since I relied on fast travel quite a bit in my initial playthrough, I was trying to think about other things that I also was pretty heavily reliant upon just because of the way that I play. And I remembered that I definitely relied quite a lot on the sages that you can summon, and then they have like different abilities. Like Tulin has the wind gust, Yunobo has the like rolling attack that can break rocks and stuff like that. Particularly those two, I used those abilities quite a lot during my playthrough. So one thing I also thought to do was, like, I want to restrict myself from being reliant on those as well. So I also will not be utilizing the sages in their spirit forms at all. The only time we're going to be able to use the abilities of, say, like Tulin and Yunobo is when we're actually with them in person, tackling, you know, like their temples. So once we've completed like the wind temple or the fire temple, we will no longer be with those sages, so we will not be able to use their abilities. And that's gonna force me to be a bit more resourceful with if I want to get places that I normally would require like breaking rocks and stuff like that, I'm gonna have to make sure that I have rock breaking weapons on me. I'm gonna have to make sure that if I want to, like use wind to blow around boats and stuff, I'm gonna need things like Korok leaves or, Zonai fans to actually, get around. Use some of the world resources and not be too reliant on the sage abilities like I usually am. So that was another sort of restriction I wanted to put on myself to shake up the way that I kind of approach the game and its resources. The other two restrictions I have in place right now are, since I'm not going to be using my gliding strategy that I used on my own personal playthrough, I wanted to make sure that if I am going to use, like, I'm probably going to end up being on horseback quite a bit, but I wanted to make sure that I specifically told myself, like, I'm not going to use any... I'm not going to be using any horses that the game gives me for having having a Breath of the Wild save file accessible to me. If we do get any horses from that in this on this alternate account, I will not be using them. We can only use horses that we have tamed during this current playthrough. So I won't be starting with, like, the Royal White Horse or something like that, where we just have a really good horse to immediately start the game with. If I want to be on horseback, I'm going to have to go tame a brand new horse to start off with. The only other rule / restriction that I have for myself at this particular moment is just not getting the Master Sword early. I won't be getting the Master Sword until we actually have visited all the dragon tier locations in the world, which is one of a couple different ways to organically access the Master Sword. Just sort my stuff here. Trying to just keep myself in good shape on equipment early on. Can't carry any more melee weapons. Well, since this tree branch is damaged, I'll take the one that isn't. Now, I don't want to use the apples to heal just yet, because I think we'll come across like a campfire or a cooking pot very, very soon that we can use to just get more, well, to get more healing off of them. So we only have, what, 9 of these. I'm gonna avoid those guys for right now. I guess we can use our environment to our advantage here. Nice, okay. That's definitely much easier than fighting them. Yeah, basically early on I really just want to try to get some decent equipment. Because I'm gonna need it. Hey friend, you wanna... You wanna come over here and have a good old 1v1? I am gonna die if I don't eat something now. How much healing does each of these do? Yeah, we'll just use a few of these. Just because my timing in combat is still a little shaky on the dodges. I'm taking that stick. It is mine now. Whoa! Yeah, and I want to get these soldier construct horns because they're gonna up the damage of whatever I fuse them to. I figure we may as well get them. Just get some of them now. Alright, we can grab a replacement tree branch here. Once I can start fusing stuff together, that'll also be really nice. Let's grab another apple here. We have the toasty sky shroom. There's our roasting tutorial. Like, here's how you roast food. Let's eat that now. Do I want to... I guess I could roast a few apples here real quick. Just so we have some marginally better healing items. Yeah, we'll start with 3 of them. Just so we have a little bit more dedicated healing at our disposal early on. I'm not too worried about it, but at least we'll have something that's a little bit more resource efficient than just eating the raw apples. I think we should be alright. I'll get a hang of the dodge timing again. See, I'm already getting better at it again. And I'm going to take this broadsword, and I'm going to take that shield. We now have our first shield. So if we want to do some shield surfing or something, we can do that now. Sort my inventory. We'll get this guy finished off here. And take his resources too. Thank you. Now those Zonai charges will also be handy for being able to exchange for a couple of different things later on. But yeah, so like the main reason I wanted to do this as an episode 0 is because since we're on since we're in like the tutorial area, we're not gonna meet any of the sages up here.
That door will open only to
So
those with sufficient power.
that part of the challenge is pretty much irrelevant.
I did not intend to startle you.
I don't think there's very much fast travel opportunities up here either that I can recall. And if there are any, then it's pretty negligible to not... It's pretty... I guess it's not very impactful to fast travel anyway. It's a lot more impactful once we get to the surface.
Have a physical form.
And of course, the Master Sword and the horse stuff, that only really applies after we've left this area anyway.
Seems to have lost the power to do so.
So,
You might be able to
that's basically why we're doing an episode 0.
You would need to enter a place filled with sacred light.
Sacred light, huh?
Of course. Why not visit the shrines on this island?
We gotta go to the shrines. It's shrine time. Oh boy. We gotta go get our abilities back.
Yes, I'm sure they are the key.
I was thinking about whether or not to restrict the abilities, but since it's been a while since I last played, maybe we do that another time. Maybe do like an additional playthrough where we kind of add that on to our current restrictions and just slowly kind of narrow down how many different tools we have at our disposal to make the game gradually more and more challenging on repeat playthroughs. I'm gonna take a drink here real quick. All right. We've got our adventure log here. Yeah, so we don't have any fast travel locations right now anyway. I think we might get them when we start visiting the shrines. I don't know if I can't remember if the fast travel unlocks now or if that's something that Pura unlocks for us later on once we reach the surface, but either way, like I said, it's not super impactful anyway. So I figure it's relatively non-issue. All right, the arrows. Because of this guy. I'll take some free arrows. I'm also reminded of the fact that sneak strikes are a thing. Since this tree branch is badly damaged, we do a sneak strike with the tree branch here. It should break and do critical damage. Yes, it's a one-shot. Perfect. And now we have a bow. And we have a few arrows as well. Probably not going to make too much use of it right away, but it's nice to have in case we do need to do something with a bit more of a long-distance engagement kind of thing. And this guy's got pretty long sight lines here. What do I have for melee weapons right now? I mean, I guess I could use the long stick. You've got a wooden stick, so what I could do is I can use the same weapon as you. And just build off of that. The wooden stick is definitely going to last a lot longer than the tree branch. At least relatively speaking. So, let's head on up here, and I mustn't forget we do have Korok seeds that we need to find too. I'm gonna try and find whatever Koroks we come across that are relatively straightforward to kind of grab. I think will be helpful, just, if nothing else, to be able to hold more weapons. Because shields I usually don't use very frequently, so I don't run out of those too often. Similar kind of thing with bows, although I guess I would probably use those a little more frequently. Really, it's weapons that I'm going to need the most of. Because we're going to need weapons, obviously, for attacking enemies. But also, we're going to need weapons for mining. We're going to need weapons, potentially, for elemental interactions. Because I'm not going to be using the Sage abilities, which have elemental attributes attached to them. So, like, if we need to light something on fire... If we're going to need to light something on fire, we can't use Yunobo's Sage ability to just create fire. We're going to need to manually take care of that ourselves. And same thing for mining. We're not going to be able to use Yunobo to just break through rocks. We're going to need to do that ourselves with a good old-fashioned rock hammer or something akin to that. Right, I forgot, since it's the first time I've opened this thing. It does a little special animation that first time. But yeah, really interesting. I've never really thought about the fact that we can see the light dragon right now. Yep, that's our first Korok right there. First of many. That was basically what I was working on my first save file. Was just going across the world and grabbing all the Korok seeds. I don't remember how many I've grabbed at this point, because it's been so long since I even started doing that. And I haven't been back at it for a long time. Because there's just so many. It's a monstrous undertaking, just in the sheer scope of it. You know, other games came along and kind of required more attention. And it's like, well, I mean, I've gotten my fun out of this game in terms of, like, exploring the world and that sort of stuff. I don't want to be playing just because I want to find all of this one massively, massively numerous collectible item. That's why I wanted to come back with something like a challenge run, just to recontextualize the way I play the game a little bit. Give myself something more than just playing through again to kind of look forward to. I have indeed made it here. So we got the Shrine of Light. Let's start getting our abilities back. Trying to remember which one we get here. This one's our Ultra Hand. This is the one that lets us grab and stick stuff together, right? Yep. Okay. That in itself is going to be really, really nice. Now, because it's been so long since I last played, and I haven't really watched a whole lot of other people playing, if there are sort of like movement exploits and things like that that just really trivialize certain areas and movement and things like that, I'm probably not going to be as privy to things that I guess would be a little bit more in like the exploit type of vein of movement. So my solutions are probably going to be relatively, I guess, vanilla compared to what is possible. But ultimately, there's nothing wrong with that. Whatever gets the job done, right? And these early puzzles are pretty straightforward and simple. They're not gonna really throw... They're not gonna throw like a 500 IQ puzzle at me right off the bat. Not when they're teaching me how to use the abilities in the first place. So we got our first shrine done, got our Ultra Hand ability back. And I think having more stamina upgrades for me is going to be even more important than it usually would be, because I'm not going to have additional assistance in mobility from like Tulin's Gust and things like that. We'll figure out what balance I kind of want to strike between stamina and health. I definitely heavily prioritize stamina, though. Just because I value being able to get around the world more easily. And stamina definitely helps with that, especially when it comes to climbing. I was never really one to make, like, stamina potions and things like that. Pretty much all of my cooking revolved around healing. Like, just restoring health. That's pretty much what I made food for. So, yeah, I guess I should probably mark these shrines, huh? The scope and pins. There's one. And there's one. And I think that should be, I said two more, so those should be the two more. So yeah, we can see the shrine, but we don't have the fast travel ability yet. Oh, right, I remember one of the movement techniques that's probably going to be relatively useful throughout the playthrough. Just looking at this gap and seeing this stuff immediately reminded me of what my usual strategy is, so we'll get to that later. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. But it is very convenient. It is a very convenient and simple way to get around. It's kind of cool that there's multiple ways to get down from here, though. You could build the bridge across that gap and just kind of take the cliffside route, or you could build another sliding gondola type deal, like you did inside of the shrine, and ride it down there. That's pretty cool that they've got multiple angles of approach like this. I think that's really a testament to the design philosophy of the game as a whole, is it really exemplifies and enables and encourages finding your own solutions to a given problem. And the fact that there are multiple, equally correct ways to solve the same problem. So that's pretty fun. May as well grab the Zonai charge while we're here. Grab a couple of bundles of wood here. Those bundles of wood may very well come in handy, especially later once we get to the, gosh, I'm trying to think of the... Is it the Tabantha region? Is that the name of it? I can't remember. The one where the Rito are. The bird humanoid race. They have the pine cones there. The Hylian pine cones are very helpful for getting some immediate verticality off of updrafts. That combined with wood and flint to just make a campfire and be able to immediately get an updraft just wherever we want could be really handy. But we're going to have to gather the resources to do it. Let's see here. Yeah, we got our special controls thing. Let's make a save. Just so we have that. I guess I don't really have this as like an official rule per se. I think I can drop the wooden stick. Trade it out for a stone axe instead. So we have that for later in case we need it. do want to grab some fireflies while we're here. May as well just try to gather a variety of different things. Never know when we're gonna need them. Let's drop another wooden stick in favor of a stone axe. Might as well. I wonder, why is there a boat here? I can't remember why there would be a boat assembled here. I guess maybe just to kind of introduce some different building ideas, like with these logs ahead of time. Let's see. Yeah, we'll take a couple of these logs and glue them together to make our way across this gap. I think we only need a couple of them, right? Yeah, that works. Nice little divot here for them to slot into. Make a quick little pit stop over at this island here. We got some more fireflies over there. Yeah, I can't remember. Like I said, it's been a long time since I've did my first playthrough, so I can't remember exactly what we're gonna need ingredients-wise for different potions or armor upgrades or things like that. So I'll just kind of casually grab stuff as we go. Can't grab that guy. Too far off the ground. But I'm not too worried about, really trying to massively upgrade things. Because part of the reason I'm doing this playthrough is to work on being more resourceful and not relying too much on being absolutely stacked in terms of equipment. Because I definitely did that quite a bit on my own playthrough, was just, hey, if there's armor, I need to upgrade it, I'm just gonna have this massively upgraded armor to explore everywhere. Like, you know what? It might be interesting to see how well I fare exploring the world without a hugely upgraded piece of armor. And also being in locations where I encounter more adversity. Bonk. Being at ground level more frequently because I'm not fast traveling to launch towers and then gliding to where I want to go. That'll make a pretty notable difference in how much adversity I encounter along the way. It'll make getting between places a little bit more challenging. A bit more interesting. Versus doing the same thing over and over again where I just go in the launch tower and then start gliding in a direction and just use Tulin's Gust ability as frequently as I can. And just keep doing that over and over until I get as close to my destination as I possibly can. Alrighty. Since this guy's on the way, we may as well bring him to his friend. These guys are kind of designed to be on the way to the destinations we're already aiming for anyway. near you. I guess that works. Now, before we prepare for lift off, we're gonna need you to lift off and then slap you onto the contraption as well. And then we'll hop on too. Get it into a position where it's a little bit more free of interference. And off we go. Perfect. Unhook that. Drop you off here. And 2 Korok seeds. Yeah, pretty much all my Korok seeds, at least early on, are going to be going into expanding my weapon stash. I just want to be able to hold more weapons. Because we're gonna need a lot of them. Not just for attacking, but also to use as tools for different puzzles and such. Figure it makes pretty good sense for us to have plenty of weapon slots at our disposal for that reason alone. Just wait for it to pick up a little bit of speed here. Slow and steady. We'll pick up in a moment here. And then we'll have to build ourselves a boat to get across. Let's leave that there. It doesn't really matter. I think... Well, I guess we might need the wood. May as well just take the logs, because I think they kind of expect us to chop down some trees for logs here. May as well just drop a quick save. I don't want to save scum if I can possibly avoid it. Yeah, there's a stone axe there. Let's drop this. Oh, he's gonna do the thing where he chases me, yeah. I'm just gonna take that, thank you. I do want to grab your weapon here. If we can time the dodge right. Depends on what kind of attack you decide to do. Yeah, the heavy swing is a little bit tougher for me to time. Dang, that one didn't count either. It must not have been close enough. Try another. Dang, okay. At this point, I might just start wailing on him without the dodge. There we go. I'll take this. Drop the damaged one. There we go. Yeah, I think they want me to chop down some trees to get logs to put together. But I don't want to do that. I want to save the durability on my tools as much as possible here. So we'll use what is provided to us here. I'm gonna drop this so we can get the stone two-handed axe. Oh boy. We got a choo-choo. How about we do this? There you go. You just drop a big old tree trunk on them, and they just kind of vanish. Works wonderfully well. It feels a little weird having motion controls on. I think I think I turned those off at a certain point. But since I'm playing on an alternate account, it's been re-enabled. I want to get used to it, though. It is very nice to have that for fine-tuning my alignment or my aim with things like aiming arrows. Never mind. I'm gonna turn it off. I want to turn my camera sensitivity all the way up. Motion controls, turn that off. Oh yeah, we could turn the HUD mode. That could be something to try out sometime too. Do a playthrough with the Pro HUD setting. Yeah, I'm not a motion controls type of person. Let's just get this set up and take a ride. Catch a ride over to the second of 3 shrines. Making our way over. Slowly but surely. Our raft seems to be slowly rotating. It's okay. We're gonna make it to our destination one way or another. It's just a matter of time. Alright, that's close enough for us to swim to shore. I have to be very conscious of my stamina wheel because we burned through that pretty quick. Hey, boat, you want to come over here and do a little something for me here? Thanks. We could potentially use this choo-choo jelly for something later. I think it's one of the ingredients I usually use to make elixirs. So, may as well grab a few of them early on here, since we've got pretty easy opportunities to grab them. Yeah, I'm not gonna worry about you just yet. I want to head up to the shrine first, since that's right here. Pop on in here. Take a little drink here while this is loading. Alright, we are here. Second ability. This one is Fuse, I think? I'm trying to remember. I think this one is Fuse. It is, okay. Trying to remember the order in which we get our abilities here. So this is what I was kind of waiting for. This will make our weapon creation a lot more useful. And we'll get to test it out here. Hopefully we get to walk out with some nice, helpful items. Let's see. There's not much that I really like to use the lunging weapon types. I rarely ever use. So we'll drop that. The only thing I could ever think to really use these for is for like precision mining. If I'm really trying to only hit a specific rock or something like that. And that's hardly ever relevant. I can only think of maybe a couple of places that I've ever used that. Let me through. Let me in. Let me in. Yeah, it wouldn't hurt to have things fused to our weapons here, just to add a little bit of oomph. So it really is just, free utility. Yeah, let's use our big, bulky, low durability weapon first. May as well grab the bonus chests that are in these. I didn't think about that. There's bonus chests. They're not usually super helpful, but I just realized I hadn't gotten the one in the first shrine. I'm not gonna worry about going back to get it though. May as well attach a rock to this. Let's see, we need a key for that. We need to go this way. Uh-huh, right. Get a bunch of fire fruit. I want to really make sure I ration these. Because these fire fruits can come in handy. Let's grab that. And fire. Pretty simple. This will give us the key we need to get through the door. There are not very many shrines that actually use the small key. This is one of very few. Most of the shrines are more like puzzle-ish, I guess. They don't really use the key mechanic very much. I guess it's just not really super necessary. Hey, buddy. So yeah, now we see that these guys can also use fusion to their advantage. Now, since this thing's already damaged, how about you don't shoot me? I can just break through here. I could ignore this guy and just move on. I do kind of want their resources, though. Also, them shooting stuff at me gives me free arrows. So I can get a few extra arrows just totally for free. Oh, right. He lost track of me? Nice. Can I actually sneak up on him, though, is the question. Try it. Can I do it? Can I sneak attack this man with a giant boulder attached to a sword? The sneakiest weapon ever. Oh. And one more for the road. We got a better bow. That's nice. This rock hammer, how does that compare to our current one, I wonder? I mainly wanted his, the construct horn. This one looks like it's a replacement for the broadsword more than anything, so... Alright, there's stuff up here, too. You can, like, attach the spikes to stuff. That's kind of fun. Not often you see spikes, either. It's a pretty uncommon fusion material to see out in the wild. Or just pretty much anywhere. Alright, we'll keep this claymore for now. We'll use that as our mining weapon for the time being. Alright, that's 2 shrines down. 1 more to go. And definitely only 1 more. There's totally not a 4th one. What would even imply that such a thing would exist? Alright, we got our battery charges. I'm trying to think. I don't know that I even maxed this out in my on my personal file. I don't think I've maxed out my energy cells yet. Yeah, that's pretty much the only stuff I hadn't done in my on my file was just mainly the last collectibles cleanup kind of stuff. Fighting all the mini bosses, grabbing all the Korok seeds, maxing out my energy cell count. I did do all the shrines and get all of the light roots in the depths. Whoops, he saw me. My sneak was not sneaky enough. I'm not going to worry too much about... oh, hey, buddy. I'm not going to worry too much about trying to get more resources off of these guys. Because I like the weapons that I have right now. I'm just going to wait for these guys to kind of kill off the choo-choos. And then if they can hit each other, that would be pretty cool. I don't know if they can, but I think I'm just gonna keep moving here. I'm just gonna grab this. Don't mind me. Oh, a Soldier Reaper. You know, for an attack weapon, I think what I'll do... I think I'll drop my Boulder Hammer. This thing's got pretty low durability anyway, just by default. Let's see, what do I want to have equipped right now? I guess I can leave that equipped for now. Let's get into the cave before anything else happens. Oh yeah, bright bloom seeds. Gonna want a lot of these. Gonna definitely be making good use of those later. There was something else that I was kind of thinking about in terms of not being able to use fast travel. One thing I thought that would make the playthrough more interesting. Once I go into the depths, I think the game kind of expects me to use fast travel to get back out of the depths. But if we don't have fast travel and we go to the depths, there's only a couple of places that we can actually get back out to the surface without using fast travel. So if we ever go to the depths, we gotta be prepared to be down there for a while. Wink. With the boulder hammer. This thing is just comically oversized. It's fantastic. I do want to grab some stuff from these. So these guys are fun. When I was first playing the game, I was like, what are these guys even about? Like, what is the deal with these frogs? Oh, he ain't done yet. Give me a second. I'm used to just one-shotting them because of the amount of damage I usually do. Hi, excuse me, would you like to not be directly in front of me? Thanks. I know there's another one of you up here. Come here. Yeah, this is why I want to expand my weapons inventory. I want to have a bunch of mining weapons and attacking weapons on hand just at any given moment. So that I have access to places, especially in caves. There's a lot of call for mining weapons in caves, which, you know, makes sense. Break through there. I want to grab some of these ore. I'm really happy whenever I see the flint. Flint is really nice to have. Weapon's almost broken, though. I'm trying to remember exactly how the fuse mechanic works in terms of interaction with durability. Since we have these here, I can test it on something here. Since this weapon's almost broken anyway, if I destroy the fused material and then I attach this... Okay, now that does not repair the base weapon itself. Okay. Good to know, good to know. Wasn't sure if it repaired a little bit of durability every time we fused. But it would make sense that they wouldn't want that to be the case. Alright, so this thing's almost broken. Probably the next time we try to mine something, it's gonna break. Break open some more pottery in case we get something like arrows. Arrows are nice. Want to make sure I have a good number of those. Because arrows plus attachable materials are a pretty easy way to deal with things like needing to apply fire. Arrows are just, in general, a pretty good way to apply elemental effects. So I like having a good supply of them. Yeah, these guys. I want to grab some of these fish. Yeah, I'm likely not going to see a whole lot of the side quest content. So I'm probably not going to be getting, like, the great fairies and stuff like that so much. So we're probably not going to get too many armor upgrades unless I specifically go out of my way for it. Let's go down here real quick and grab whatever we've got going on down here. Now from here, we'll kind of leapfrog these floating platforms so that I can get over to this chest over here more safely. Since we've got the floating platforms here, might as well use them. Don't mind me, buddy. Just grabbing this chest here. Free amber, why not? And then we'll leapfrog our way back over the other way. I know there's like Hyrule herbs down there I could grab. But we'll see plenty of those as we're running around the world. That's one nice thing that's gonna be kind of a beneficial side effect of being at ground level for most of my traversal. Plenty of opportunities to grab materials as we traverse the world. So we'll be able to just grab stuff like Hyrule herbs and different fruits and stuff like that just as we're going from point A to point B. So that'll be pretty handy. Okay, so we just take that. We attach a fan. Go here. Try to get on top of it instead of being stuck underneath it. Water flow is kind of taking it away there. Let's see, I want to push it. Let's see, let's start aiming it a little bit further away. Because it'll turn. We'll just kind of gently make our way across the water here. Let it kind of coast over. And we should be close enough to swim the rest of the way. Easy enough. No problems here. Rusty broadsword, huh? I guess I could trade my almost completely broken one with the rock attached. Trade it out for one that's got more durability on it. Let's see here. We'll head on up further. We still got quite a ways to go before we get to that third shrine. But we'll work our way there. I won't worry too much about grabbing more materials right now. We got a pretty decent little stash built up now. Especially for early game. We should be plenty fine because we're not going to come across too much adversity right off the bat. I think, yeah, that chest is locked until we defeat all the enemies, so not going to bother with that. Now, I would use the minecart with the fan to get through here a little faster, but I want to grab these bright bloom seeds. Which we are going to be using quite a few of. Believe you me, it is hard to see. It's hard to see in the caves and in the depths without these things. So 100% these things are going to be working up to our most used very, very quickly once we get into the depths. Please wait. Yeah, I got bright bloom seeds. I got them. I know how important they are. Very, very critical. I'm gonna pull out the boulder hammer because I know we're gonna need it up here. So we've got some mineable zonite. And we're going to want that mainly for energy cell upgrades later on. Because those things are not cheap. We only need a good amount of zonite, and we're not going to be able to mine it consistently for a good while. Mainly because the best places to find it are usually either on some specific sky islands or in the depths. So we're not going to be seeing too much Zonite for quite a while. Stick a rock onto the broadsword here. This is basically the only place very early game that we're going to be seeing Zonite deposits. Oh, that camera angle is a little interesting. So there's nothing we can buy here right now. I don't think they do anything until later on. We are going to want to grab as much of this Zonite as we can while we're here. May as well just break all the deposits and grab it. Because this stuff will respawn. This will regenerate every blood moon, I believe. So if we really wanted to, and we can find a way back up here, in a way that's not, you know, fast travel, of course, then this isn't too bad of a spot to grab some more Zonite. We just need to be able to get back up here. So that is, that's one of those things where it's like, I wonder how easily we're gonna actually be able to get up to the Sky Islands. Because some of them are a little bit tougher to work around than others. Alright. Keep it nice and simple. We'll just... attach a fan to here. Not what I wanted to do. Link decided that jumping was the way to go there. Not exactly what I was aiming for, but we got it figured out. So yeah, normally the way that we would probably get back up here after we get to the surface we would be expected to use like fast travel to come back up here. But since we're not going to have fast travel at our disposal, we'll see how that works out. I'm not exactly holding my breath to be able to come back here anytime in the near future. So any business we want to handle here, we should probably take care of it before we go down to the surface, because who knows when we're going to be able to come back. Yeah, I don't really want to worry about you guys right now. I'd rather not. So here's one of the main reasons I wanted the Zonai charges. Because we have these device dispensers. How many charges do I have right now? 14. I'm gonna hold off for now. Because I don't really need a whole lot of Zonai devices. You need to reach your friend. Your friend is across the way there. Yep. Well, I need to go that way anyway, so let's build something. We need minecart plus fan. I mean, I guess we could just take the one we already have set up from earlier. Just take this, put it on the tracks, take you, attach you to the front of the cart here. And off we go. And turn off the fan. We hop on out, grab the cart, and we are all good. Grab a couple more Korok seeds on the way to our third and definitely final shrine. Totally not a fourth one. Give me that apple. Yeah, my general go-to cooked food is usually just 5 apples tossed together in a cooking pot. Just super straightforward and basic, and there's plenty of apples. Not like it's exactly difficult to find apples in this game. So let's see here. We want to hang this here. And we'll just take a nice little leisurely ride up to this little landing right here. And we'll keep that there for now, just in case we need it. I think we're good, though. See, oftentimes with these apple trees, I won't bother going for the third apple, just because there's so many apple trees. Just grabbing the 2 and moving on is a lot simpler than taking the extra time to grab the third apple. But later on, there'll be a pretty easy way for us to grab apples out of trees. But I don't think that's something we'll be able to do until we go into the depths. And there's one area in particular we need to go. Well, I guess maybe there would be multiple ways to access it, but there's like a certain quest line that kind of brings us to a certain ability. And that ability is something that would let us very easily just grab apples out of trees without even having to, leave the ground to get them. But who knows when we'll get that? Who knows when we'll get that ability? I don't even know when we're gonna go into the depths. I suppose we can just grab them with the Ultra Hand. I didn't think about whether we could do that or not. I suppose it wouldn't be too bad to go out of my way to get the third apple then. Probably won't do it all the time, but good to know that I can. So let's see, we can't very easily go up here because it's cold. We can grab some spicy peppers though. And we do have this cave we can explore. We can really just smash directly through here. And oink. Bring them down. And finish them off. We can grab some bubble gems. I don't know how much use we'll get out of the bubble gems, but since we've got a couple of them just right off the bat here, figure we may as well just grab them. Pretty easy to just, since they're not very far off the beaten path. Let's see what we want to do here. I want to make a heat resistance, or I guess a cold resistance. Maybe we just do these 2? 1 pepper and 1... Ah, that's dubious food. I forgot. We can't really mix those two together. Well, we have dubious food, which is somehow better than a baked apple. Hmm. I guess maybe we could just mix two of them together. Yeah, that gives us cold resistance for 5 minutes. I'm just trying to keep my resource usage on the minimal side. Oh, hey, fellas, how's it going? Give y'all a little bit of a slap across the face there. Does eating a spicy pepper? No, I don't think eating it raw gives the cold resistance effect. So yeah, as soon as we step out here, it's gonna be cold. Do a quick save here just in case things really turn out like catastrophically awful. But once we grab this, I'm probably just gonna run through relatively quickly. I'm not gonna want to stick around for too long. Just because we've only got 5 minutes of heat resistance here, or cold resistance. That's a tree branch, don't need that. Not gonna deal with those zonai there. No thanks to those zonai constructs. They can just have their little powwow over there, and I won't worry about it at all. These ice choo-choos are a bit of a problem if they get too close. I do not want to deal with them. This guy's also a bit scary, because he's got a flamethrower. He uses a flame emitter on these things. Let me tell you, first time playing through here, I tried to tackle that guy. And boy, did that flame emitter absolutely wreck my day. That did not end well for me. Let's knock this guy down. Finish him off. Trade out and grab some more minerals and such. We've still got 3.5 minutes of cold resistance. Oh, these bomb flowers are also really nice to have. Yeah, fire fruit and bomb flowers I make a lot of use out of. Those are two particularly nice materials to have on hand in large quantities. Because if I ever run out of mining weapons, I can use bomb flowers. And bomb flowers I can attach to, oh boy. Bomb flowers I can attach to arrows. Yeah, don't mind me, buddy. I'm just gonna run right past you. Don't need to deal with the likes at all. Don't even need to worry about it. So yeah, exploring caves is gonna be very, very helpful early on. Mainly because we'll be able to get a bunch of bomb flowers and bright bloom seeds. And those are two things that I very much appreciate. Those are two things that very much come in handy. Probably won't get too much use out of the bright bloom seeds until later when we go in the depths, but once we're there, believe me, we're gonna be glad we have them. Bright bloom seeds easily stayed at the top of my most used items for quite some time. Alright, So we're gonna need to bust out one of our axes here. Let's just use one of the basic ones. But yeah, we're gonna need a couple of these logs to stick end to end here. I don't remember how tall of a stack we need to make here. I think 3 might be the amount we need. Unless we can kind of jump from the second one and get up there. I just need to nestle this in the right spot here. There we go. Let's see if that's tall enough. Yep, okay. Still got a minute of resistance here. I'm not going to worry about breaking these open because we've got minimal time. Although, yeah, I should probably... Here's what I'll do. We're going to use one of our flint here. I'm going to make sure it's right next to it. We're going to spark that. I do want to cook one more heat-resistant dish here. Because we're going to go into the shrine, and we're going to run out of cold resistance, and when we come back out of the shrine, we're going to need cold resistance again. So I figure I may as well make one more heat resistance dish for when we come back, or cold resistance for when we come back out. But yeah, that one dish was enough to get us from point A to point B. And we should only need the one more. Alright, it's ascend time. Now, spoiler alert for way later in the challenge. You know how I said once we go in the depths, we're only going to be able to get out at a few specific spots? There's a couple of places in the depths where we can use ascend to get back to the surface. And from what I recall, most of them are toward the outer edges of the map, or at least pretty distant from the central area that we're kind of supposed to first go in the depths. So we're going to have to be careful when we go into the depths that we have some degree of a plan of how we're going to get back out. Ascend is really nice, though, especially for being in caves. Being able to just exit a cave at basically any time we want to. It's pretty handy. And also worth noting, it can be a really, really convenient way to climb mountains. Normally, I'm not too worried about climbing from the outside. But if we need to get up a mountain that's a little bit more of a steep ask, then we can definitely see if there's a cave around and then use ascend to just get way further up. Hey buddy, how's it going? Please don't shoot me. Don't do it. Give me your arrow. Oh. He's shooting. I think, what is it, the first 5 arrows that they shoot I can pick up? And then after that 5th arrow, it doesn't drop an arrow anymore. Yeah, looks like maybe it's just 4. But yeah, there is a certain point where, oh, well. Hello? Hang on. This guy kind of solved the puzzle for me. Thanks. Thanks, buddy. need to ascend through here. And then ascend through here. I was expecting to, like, I wanted him to shoot through the ropes, but I didn't expect him to, shoot through the ropes that specific time. I was getting ready to kind of line up the shot. But boy, he was one step ahead of me on that one. He's like, oh, I know you need these ropes cut. Here you go, buddy. Real helpful fellow. It's part of why I didn't want to, do anything to him. It was just such a nice, helpful construct. And now we need to eat another cold resistance dish. So now we can go to the door in the Temple of Time. But first, we need to eat more spicy sauteed peppers. We should be better off in a moment here, because I believe we can get our first piece of cold resistance armor right here in this chest, if I remember correctly. Nice. Not only that, it's also one more defense than our legwear that we started with, or that we found almost immediately upon waking up. That's also pretty handy. Before we head back to the Temple of Time, let's do a little bit of exploring out of the way here. Mark this Zonai device on our map. Device dispenser. Move this into place over here. So now we don't need to worry about having a cold resistance dish, because now we have one level of cold resistance. So we should be fine as long as we're going into areas that just have, basic cold conditions. Nothing too extreme. Alright, so now that we've gotten a little bit of that figured out, I don't need this. We've got plenty of gliders down here. So now we need to head back to the temple, and they give us a nice, convenient way to do so. Get this out of the way. All we gotta do is take one of these conveniently placed gliders. And just glide our way back. Now, one thing that I've seen suggested, and I do find to be pretty useful when it comes to trying to navigate on these things, hold the strafe button, the lock-on with ZL, makes it a lot easier to kind of control your movements on the glider, which in turn makes it a lot easier to actually steer more accurately. Definitely makes them a lot more useful, and then you can actually steer them and not have your camera kind of moving around because you're walking and all that sort of stuff. Just makes them a lot more controllable. So, we opened the closed door, and now we're here. The very, very pretty stone. It's a big one, too. Hey, Zelda, how's it going? You're practically glowing. You change your skincare routine? Gosh, you look so radiant. Oh, nice. We get that sparkly energy there. We like a good bit of sparkle. Kinda wish my arm looked like that more often. Makes it a little less spooky looking that way. Now we have something that interestingly, makes traversal quite a lot more open-ended for the way that I tend to use it. One thing that makes getting around really, really simple in several different spots, particularly within shrines. We now have the recall function. So if we move an object somewhere, we can then reverse its movement. And, well, I'll show some more examples of how I use that in traversal later on. We might not get a chance to see it in this particular stream, but I think once we get into, once we're at the surface and we have our longer 4+ hour stream block that we usually do, we'll probably come across something that lets me actually demonstrate the recall traversal. But for now, its utility is pretty self-explanatory. We've got some spinning wheels here. We need them to spin the other way so that we can use them to get up to the ledge up there. So we just use recall to do that. Pretty straightforward. We have our first goddess statue. So that's always fun. It smiles upon me, huh? So let's see. Big door. Let's go. Let me through the door. I totally have enough hearts for this. And no, I don't. So yeah, what a surprise. Whoop. Turns out there's a fourth shrine. But we need to use our first upgrade on a heart just because of this door alone. The Purapad lets you travel to certain places instantly. Gosh. It's almost like I knew that. I'd suggest the one at the bottom of your map. Use the travel function to reach that area quickly. Okay. But what if I don't do that, though? Now this is actually going to prove to be an interesting challenge here. I'm not entirely sure how possible it is to get to the shrine, this fourth shrine here, without fast traveling. I'm trying to think if it's possible or not. I mean, with a certain amount of ingenuity, I'm sure we could figure it out. Hmm. But it's over here, huh? Over at the mining cave? Or thereabouts. So we're gonna need to be able to get up here, basically. Trying to think of where it is. I guess we could just start heading that direction and kind of scope things out. Because this might actually be the first challenge of the run. I couldn't recall whether or not this was something where it's like, oh, you need fast travel to get here. Or if it won't be so bad. But we'll find out soon enough. Grab this apple along the way, why not? I suppose the next time we find a cooking pot, I should just make a 5 baked apple, or like a 5 apple dish. For the sake of it. Even though I think they, by default, heal 5 hearts, and we're not going to have 5 hearts for a little bit. It might be nice to just have something on hand. Yeah, I really gotta watch my stamina wheel. It runs out so quickly. I will say, one thing that I found myself doing quite a bit toward the end of my playthrough was cutting grass to get these restless crickets so that I could make stamina refill elixirs. Because that was definitely very helpful for my gliding strategy, because I can just get more distance if I have more stamina to glide for longer. And the nice thing about cutting grass is it doesn't take up durability. Cutting the grass doesn't take durability off of my weapon. So I figure while we're here, I should probably grab a few crickets, since I just thought of it. Because it'd probably be pretty useful to just have a stamina potion or two on hand for emergencies. Where it's like, oh, if we just have a little bit more stamina, we can make it to such and such place. I'm trying to think, where is this inn located? Right over there. I do think it's somewhere above. I'm just trying to think if it's somewhere that we really do need to fast travel to or not. How many crickets do we have? 9 of them? That's pretty good. We can just make ourselves a couple of super basic stamina potions. Next time we're at a cooking pot. And, you know, since we have a Korok here, suppose we may as well do this. Super simple. Yeah. You know, when I first played this game, I was like, you know, if they bring back the Koroks, I'm not entirely sure how I feel about it. Because just Just Breath of the Wild alone was already like the Korok started to become like a trigger every time I heard that yeah. It's just like, no, please, leave me alone. I just want to see my family again. Ah, I got something in my eye. Oh, why? Why in my eye? The Koroks are punishing me for speaking ill of them. Oh! I just want to grab more crickets. That's all I want. I just want to be able to make some good stamina elixirs for later. Nothing too crazy or fancy. May as well grab the sky shrooms while we're here too. Let's see here. Yeah, I'm trying to think of where it's gonna be that we need to go. Because it also kinda stinks that we don't have the glider yet. That would definitely make getting to certain places a lot easier. But that's kind of the point. Alright, I think we have enough crickets for now. I think what we have, like... We have, like... How many do we have? 14 of them? Yeah, that's pretty good. That's a pretty good amount. We can make a good number of pretty standard stamina elixirs with that. I'm trying to get this pin to be like on top of the landmass that we need to kind of work toward. So I can kind of see it better. Get a better sense of just how far up we need to go. Yeah, I think it's up here. Seems like it. Well, let me climb back up here. We might have to work our way back around the way we already came from with the other shrines. Basically go past the first two shrines again. And then once we're on the path to the third one, that's kind of where we can really see how far we need to go to get up to the final shrine. We'll see how it goes. We do have a little bit of a convenience spot here by the looks of it, which is pretty nice. Where does this go? Does this seem like somewhere I can get back down from without grievously injuring myself? Let me make sure there's like some water or something nearby. Yeah, there's water there. Okay. Speaking, if we need to come back down from here, we can just use that water to dive into. Just wanted to make sure. That way I don't have to waste a glider or something. A few more zonite. It's pretty worth coming up here for. Let's see, yeah, because I'm thinking we probably need to get somewhere, like maybe even back up to the third shrine. Hmm. At least we have some cold-resistant armor now, so we don't have to worry about making cold-resistant food. So we're not consuming resources to go back up there. A few more bird eggs. Let's see. I guess we should probably go back down and then start working our way around, huh? We've got a little ways to go. Oh, thank goodness for the lily pads being a little bit forgiving on my landing. That could have been bad. I don't know if the one-hit protection applies to fall damage. I don't think I've ever tested it, and I don't want to find out. I'd rather not have to find out. I suppose there's nothing else for it. The highest point we can get to around here is probably up on that mountain where we did our glide back down to here in the first place. So, because we don't have fast travel at our disposal, due to the challenge run restrictions, more so than us not mechanically having access to it, we gotta figure out our way back around again. At least we've done it before, so we can just do it again. And this time we have all of our abilities from the 3 shrines. So that'll make getting around a little bit more convenient. Let's see here. What we can do is we can move the log across and then move it back. Get on top and use recall. And this is what I mean by using recall as a traversal option. We can basically just create little moving platforms for ourselves. And it's super convenient. All we need to do is just go over here. And just, like, raise it up. Bring it back down. Use recall on it, if I can target it here. Past the tree. And we go up. Not necessarily the most practical application of it there. But, you know, for demonstration purposes, kind of gets the point across. This is a pretty big, stocky tree. Oh, got a bunch of bird eggs up here. I'll definitely make use of those at some point, maybe. Suppose it's good to have them at least. Take a few more swings in some big areas of grass just to see if there happen to be any crickets hiding around in them. Alright, let's see here. We gotta build ourselves another little zip line down here. Not gonna worry too much about making something super fancy. Just get it put together well enough to make it work. And we're off to the races. This one we need to... This one we need to give it a little bit, get a little bit closer to the edge so we start moving faster, sooner. Otherwise we're going to be hanging around for a while. Grab this again. As the game kind of chugs a little bit, that's just how it is. Keep these logs with us to make a raft out of. Break open a couple of these jars here. Didn't have anything in them, unfortunately. Yeah, let's grab some fish while we're here. There's plenty of them around here. Nice little spot to grab some of them. If I can actually reach them. Not gonna worry about grabbing too many. I guess one's fine. Don't want to spend too much time just kind of rooting around for fish by hand. We got places to go. I wonder, would attaching a second sail make us go faster? If we put one, like, here, and then put the other one, like, here. Would that let us go faster? Kinda seems like it. Yeah. Yeah, we're definitely moving faster with two of them. Which makes sense. I mean, since they give us two sails to put on here, we may as well use both of them. Get us to our destination a little bit quicker. Right. Let's see. Yeah, you're still around, huh? Hey, buddy, come here. Come here, I got something for you. Bonk. That was shockingly effective. The only thing we could really do to make that more effective is just attach more logs together. They cover a wider area. Makes it easier to hit them. Hey friends, I got a present for you. Aw. Went right in between them. Don't poke me. Don't poke me. Don't poke me. Alright, that deals with one of them. This is me doing my best to be resourceful. Don't poke me. Oop. Considering that our weapons to start off with are pretty... One, we have limited slots, but two, they're also pretty limited in their durability. Let's see, will this do anything to you? Oh yeah, that works. Took him out in one hit. That works for me. Dude, that makes this a breeze. Just bonk. Setting everything on fire, unfortunately, but, you know, that's okay. I wasn't planning on picking up all that stuff anyway. Let's see. We're almost underneath the spot we need to be at, which isn't encouraging that it's looking pretty far away here. This whole no fast travel deal has given me quite the conundrum to solve really early on. Wasn't quite expecting it to be this much of a problem. Soon I forget, huh? just how far above everything else this island we need to get to is. We need to get up there. We need to get up there. We are very, very far below where we need to be. Oh boy. I legitimately don't know how we're going to get up there without using fast travel. I think that's part of why it's so far up there, is because they're like, hey, you kind of need fast travel to get up here. We're gonna make sure that you know that. I mean, we can try and see if we can figure a way out that would let us get up there without fast travel, but it's definitely not going to be easy. Just looking at how far above that is. It's definitely a daunting undertaking. But if there's any way that we'd be able to do it, I would think it would be through the power of doing something a little bit outside of the expected, intended methods. And I don't know if this is something where I would probably have to look up like some sort of alternative method to gain height that exceeds my knowledge. Something that might get a little bit into the realm of being a physics exploit or something. Something that gets a little bit more creative. Right now, I'm just trying to see if I can... oh, hey. I would rather not deal with you guys. I'm just gonna jump out of the way here. How about a nice tasty rock? How'll that do for you? Well, kind of need to be able to actually hit you with it. Help if I could do that. That didn't quite land. This is gonna be a little bit tricky. Yeah, let's use one of these logs instead. How about that? Okay. I forgot I hadn't spoken to you guys. What's your deal? Oh. Okay. You don't want me using those logs specifically. Okay. I guess I'll attach these barrels together and use the barrels. Well, I broke one of them. How about this? Nope, that didn't do anything. I thought maybe the fan would do something, but no, they didn't seem to care. Okay. What I want to do is I want to take this, I want to move it up and then down. I want to do this several times. And then I'm going to use recall on it, and I'm going to climb up. Oh, that's going to be a little bit rough. I don't think I can get quite that high with my current stamina availability. Excuse me, I need to deal with this guy. He's being a real nuisance. Hey buddy, just stay right there. Thank you. Finally, the Choo-Choo Menace has been dealt with. I think that was only one of them, though. Where'd the other one go? He's still lurking around somewhere. I did make quite a tall pillar of logs here. I don't think I have the stamina required to, like, climb the whole thing. That's the biggest problem, is just the stamina requirement is more than I have the capacity to handle without using like, stamina restoring foods or something. Oh, with the pillar being this long too, it's kind of hard to get it to actually fit on screen in a way that I can actually see what I'm doing. Yeah, I can't see what I'm doing with it. I'll just keep going the normal way. Just give me the 3 logs and give me a bunch of fans. We'll just make this happen. We'll just do the usual raft solution. We'll see what we're up against here. I just want to get across the water a bit more quickly here. Let me up. Let me up. Let me up. Let me up. Let me on the raft. I want to get on. Let me on the ride. I am tall enough to ride this ride. Oh, the ride is going a little bit off kilter here. Nice thing about recall is we can try again. We can basically say, no, we didn't. I think I was, because it was hugging this rocky shore here, it was having a little bit of trouble. Lost our directional heading pretty quickly. This should work much better. Now we're zooming. And we're actually zooming in the correct direction. Turn that off. Hop out. Keep on moving. Now we're getting closer to getting up higher here. That's a tree branch. I saw the little shiny marks and I was thinking might be like a sky shroom or something. I'm not gonna stop for a tree branch though. No reason. Let's see here. I know there's some Zonai constructs over here to the side. Let's use our patented drop ability here. Just wreak some havoc this way. Oh, I dropped it behind him. Ow. I think the one of them shot me. Didn't feel good. I think it was the that captain construct. I think that's what it is. Hey buddy, you want to sit still for a second? You want to sit still for a second? I mean, that works too. Just do something where I can actually line up the drop. Hey, new shield. Now we finally have our second shield. Good thing we had a few cooked foods, huh? Oh yeah, you both have ranged attacks, huh? I can get rid of one of you. Take advantage of him being distracted here. Oh, that did not do much damage to him. Grab it. Grab it and back up. Take advantage of cover. Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy. Hey. Hey, how's it going? I'm just gonna keep this log between you and me. Nothing personal. I just like to have my space. Uh-oh. 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 Oh, he took my log. He stole my dropping item. He's gonna try to whack me with it. That ain't happening, buddy. That ain't happening. Come over here. I'll drop another one on you. Oh. He stole it right before I could... Oh, hang on. Cover. Bonk. Bonk. Yeah, just stand right there, buddy. Oh, where you going? Where you going? Bonk. Hey, we did it. We didn't use weapons a single time. All we did was drop items on them until they just gave up. That's fun. Let's see. Okay, since this one is missing durability, we'll just equip a different one and we'll grab the other bow that's sitting on the ground there. Since that one's better. Alright. We need one of these mine carts. Take that with us. The other nice thing is, since they shot so many arrows at us, we just have a bunch of free arrows. Slap a band on the back of this. Doesn't need to be very precise. Just needs to be on the back of it. I'll send us through here. Turn it off, thank you. And just head back through the mining caves real quick. Actually, since we're in a cave, it had just occurred to me that I can just ascend through the ceiling of a cave. That's pretty convenient. Now, we do have this guy over here, this, like, construct pillar. I don't really want to deal with him, though. I don't really need to. I'll just put a stamp there to remember that he's there and move on. We don't need to worry about that, though. Let's see about making some basic stamina potions here. I think... Could we use a choo-choo jelly and a cricket? It says cook with monster parts. Let's try it. Get a little experimental with my cooking here. Nice. Okay. Let's make one with 2 crickets. Let's make one with 3 crickets. And then let's make one with 4 crickets. Let's give ourselves a nice gamut of options. So we can restore anything from, what is that, like a 6th or a 5th of a wheel? All the way up to an entire wheel all at once. So now we got some stamina restoring options. I guess since we're here, may as well just make a good old simmered fruit special. Restores 5 hearts even though we only have 3 maximum. I'm not gonna worry too much about it though. Figure we may as well just make some options now. And now we're up here. Oh yeah, there's this Korok puzzle over here that I completely forgot. Just slap that in place there. Get ourselves another early Korok seed. Can't wait till we can cash these in and get some more weapon slots. Because surprisingly enough, having 9 slots is not exactly a whole lot in the grand scheme of how quickly we're going to be burning through them if we actually use our weapons for attacking and stuff. Part of the reason I'm trying to use environmental objects and dropping them on enemies is to try and preserve what weapons we do have right now. Let's see. Our destination is still very far above us. So far above us. Far enough above us that not using fast travel is looking less and less doable without some external knowledge. And here I was thinking this would just be like a simple little prologue. Just be like, oh, there's nothing up here that's really gonna stop us up completely. The real challenge doesn't start till we get to the surface. How wrong I was. We've definitely got something that is gonna give us a bit of a challenge. Oh, more than a bit. We need to get from here, where we are right now, at this general area, all the way up to that very, very, very far up Sky Island with that little piece of bridge or whatever jutting out of it. We have to get all the way up there. We're meant to fast travel up there. And the way it's designed makes that pretty clear that that's what they're intending. I do want to see if it's possible for us to get through without that. It is really nice having Ascend, though. Makes getting back up to the top of this mountain area a lot easier. As long as we can find a ceiling that's like close enough to the ground for us to ascend through. We can just bring ourselves right up and here we are at the shrine. It's just that simple. And yeah, as far as verticality goes, I think this is about the highest point we can actually get to. Is up in this tree. Oh, speaking of which. Forgot this was up here. Yeah, it's close enough. Get another puzzle solved. I can't remember how much the initial expansions cost, but I think that should be enough for us to get at least 2 more slots? Maybe 3? Depends on how quickly the cost of it scales. But yeah, we're meant to get between all these... We're meant to get all the way up to that island. I think the only way we're really going to be able to do that is with Zonai devices. So let's look through what we have at our disposal. We have fans, portable pots, and wings. We also have a couple of device dispensers that we could use some of our Zonai charges try and get more devices and get some new ones as well, I think. Because depending on what we have at our disposal, we might be able to build something that can get us up there. And if we have enough Zonai charges to, keep our battery topped off as we're getting up there. This might be more complicated than I anticipated. Let's see, I think our first step is going to be getting a sense of what devices we actually have access to from each of these dispensers. So let's dump 5 of them in here. And let's see what we get. I know this one has gliders in it. They're called wings. But I want to see what else we got here. We got fans. We have flame emitters. Okay. Wings, fans, flame emitters, and portable pots. Okay. Good to know. Good to know. I don't think this one has anything groundbreaking. So I'm thinking wings and fans are about the only things that we have that would be particularly useful for this specific utilization. The main idea that comes to mind for me is using the wings and the fans to basically create, sort of like a lift to just go up. Question is, how far up will we actually be able to get to? Let me mark the edge of this with a pin so I can see where that's at. Okay, okay. So it's like this thing right here, that's where it is. I don't know why it marks down there. Let me get rid of this pin then. I'll just keep the one that's at the edge so I can kind of see where we need to be. So what we can do is we could try to build like a lift using one of these wings and then using fans to basically lift it into the air. And then just keep using Zonai charges to replenish our energy meter to let us keep going up as far as the wing will actually stay active, because after a certain amount of usage time, I think they start to fade out of existence. Basically, there is like a limit to how long they can be used for. I know because I've tried using them for distance off of some specific sky islands, and they do eventually start to fade away after a certain amount of time has passed. I don't know if it's specifically time or distance that factors into them fading away, but it is something we need to keep in mind. We can't just go up infinitely, I don't think. If not only because of them potentially threatening to fade out of existence, but also we only have so many Zonai charges to actually replenish our energy with. Now, one thing I could do is, keep farming the Zonai construct enemies that are here to get more energy cells, get more of these Zonai charges, so that we have more of them to try and make attempts to get up here. But they only respawn every blood moon, and blood moon takes real time. So this is something I would probably have to farm for. I mean, I could temporarily, for the sake of experimentation, I wouldn't mind putting a save down and just seeing what we can do with a couple of fans. I don't know how many fans. Let's try 4 of them. Wow, if only they were attached already. Yeah, put 1 on the tip of each wing. See what happens. Put 1 on the tail. Head. Basically something like this. We're essentially creating a drone. That's basically what this is. That energy consumption is wicked. And also, trajectory is way off. Hey buddy, you wanna come back up here real quick? That energy consumption is off the charts, dude. That uses so much energy. It's also something I need to rebalance it. Because it very much immediately tips forward. So perhaps we don't put 1 back here. Maybe what I need to do is attach 1 here, and then attach the other one here, if it would let me. Something like that. Maybe that'll be a bit more balanced. Jeez, the energy consumption on it is insane. That flips backwards. That's the other way. Yeah, let's turn that back around. Okay, so that's too much in this direction. Maybe if I pull out another fan and use that at the back. Dude, I don't know. I'm really just throwing things at the wall here to see what sticks. Okay. Maybe it has to do with my positioning more than anything else. Maybe the other design was fine and I just needed to be more centered. Let's get it back up there. Let's get me back up there. Let's get me back up there, thank you. Just experimenting with a design right now. We can worry about the cost of the... We can worry about the energy cost later. Let me try just standing in the center with this design. Let's stay centered. That does tip forward, okay. Or backward, rather. So what if I trigger the design? What if I turn it on and then I stand at the tail? That's the wrong way. I should be standing at the head to balance out. What happens if I stand at the head of it? Does that balance it out? That does balance it out pretty well. That's working out pretty well. But... you know what I could do? I could do, like, recall stalling. Oh, I could recall stall. Oh no. We don't need to spend batteries. If we just do this. Oh my gosh, that would be incredibly complex though, and I don't know how practical that would be. We could maybe re-trigger it with arrows, and that would be cheaper than having to constantly feed it Zonai charges. But, oh, either way, it's gonna be so weird. But that design does work. I just need to be toward the head of the glider here. So let's, for the sake of experimentation, let's see how far we can get. If I just activate this, stand toward the head of it so we go forward, and then just keep feeding Zonai charges into the gaping maw that is this thing's battery consumption. How far can we get with this? 'Cause I need to be going a little bit more left. A little bit more left. I have to be very careful with how far I move. I do not want to accidentally fall off. And this thing is not exactly the most balanced. How far can we get with this? Can I at least get up to that first island? Oh boy. Activate, please. Oh my gosh. We're pulling it back. Pull up. Pull up. Oh my goodness. This thing is really fighting here. We're gonna run out of Zonai charges. Yeah, we're out. We're out of Zonai charges now. So we're gonna need to attempt recall stalling, I think. Basically, I just need to let it fall a little bit. And then recall it to put it back to where it was. We'll see how viable this is. With the amount of energy consumption that this takes, oh yeah, that's gonna be really rough. Okay. Oh boy, I think I'm gonna need to farm a lot more, a lot more of these Zonai charges to actually be able to get up. Unless we want to do a bunch of basically what we just did with the recall stalling. I imagine we probably could get up there. I think just the amount of lift that we're getting. The amount of lift we're getting is really rough, though. I feel like we kind of need a fifth fan attached on it somewhere. Well, I need you to be up here. Let's tinker with the design a bit more. Let's see. I have one on each of the wings. And then the issue we were having was that it was... I had to be really toward the head of it. Make it balance. So maybe if we have something... Would this even work? We could try it. Nah, that doesn't effectively do anything. So yeah, if I put this at the back, then stand in the center, then it's too far forward. So there's got to be a bit of a middle ground we can take here. If I stand right at the tail here, does that keep it balanced? Oh, kind of? Kind of? Kind of? Let's go back. Let me try dumping some Zonai charges into this, and we'll see what happens. It's something. Maybe I just need to stand like right at the end of the tail here. Let me try and get myself into position here, like basically right around here. Is that balanced enough? Yeah, I think that it kind of straightens itself out once we're in the air. Yeah, once we're airborne, it's not so bad. Oh, actually, it got a lot worse. I do not understand how this thing is flying right now. It like starts off going, being very, very like forward heavy on the thrust, and then it starts like tipping the other way. It's weird. Let me try this. So it starts off that way, then I need to center myself a little bit. Not too much. Yeah, okay, I just need to kind of carefully counteract it. Yeah, like right around here. I just need to be consistently readjusting my balance here. Boy, we really go through a lot of energy, though. I mean, we can totally make it up here. We just need more Zonai charges to be able to actually dump into here. Okay, so we could totally make it up there. I just need more Zonai charges, I think. Unless we really want to try the recall stall. It would be incredibly slow and tedious, though. Yeah, that's not very practical. I think we need more Zonai charges, and that means I'm gonna need to farm them. Farming takes time. So here's what I propose. Since we've been going for 3 hours on what is already like a bonus stream, here's what I'm thinking. What I can do, if we really want to stick to like not using fast travel, I can go around and fight these guys. Just fight as many of the Zonai constructs as possible to get more of these charges. And then I think let me double check. I'm sure blood moons can occur already, right? Every 168 minutes of gameplay. Let's see. Is that right? Let's see. Changing the time of day through campfires does not pass time. It has to be real time. Blood Moon respawns all defeated overworld enemies. Respawns dropped weapons. Interesting. So yeah, I'm sure there would be a way for me to, like, well, I know there are ways to force a blood moon, but I think they require very specific areas to set up, so I'm not going to worry about that. So I'm thinking if we want to stick with making it like truly a no fast travel playthrough, then I think I'm going to need to do some off-stream farming. Basically, I just need to go around, fight the Zonai constructs, and get more of those Zonai charges, because those are what we need to be able to fuel this crazy expensive contraption. And I think I'll also need to get some more fans specifically from this machine, in case whatever we build, that when we build this glider, I don't know how long it's gonna last. So I think we'll probably want at least enough materials to build 3 gliders. One to get from here to the first island, then another to get to the second, and then a third one to get to our final destination up there. It's not gonna be easy. It's gonna take a lot of resources by the looks of it. But I can spend the time to gather the resources. I don't know if I'll be able to gather enough to be able to for us to get all the way up all 3. We'll make the call tomorrow, or I guess technically later today, and decide based off of the resources we have and all that sort of stuff, whether or not it seems like we're gonna be able to fully do a no fast travel playthrough, or if we'll have to make a small exception in the interest of me not being here stuck farming for an incredibly long time, on stream as well as off stream. I don't mind farming. I just don't know how it'll turn out for tomorrow, because I have to wait 168 minutes. 168 minutes real time. I just want to double check and make sure that I have an accurate statistic to work off of here. I'm just trying to make sure that I know how long I'm waiting in between blood moons. Ah, here's the thing. The following conditions are known to prohibit a scheduled blood moon. Link has not yet completed the Great Sky Island, so farming is not an option. Hmm. I'm kind of wondering. Wondering what the solution is going to be to this problem. So yeah, we can't rely on blood moons resetting things. Hmm. Oh, wait a minute. Constructs have a different respawn system given that they are not in alliance with the Demon King. Constructs also depend on a 144-minute timer beginning when the closed door is received, but is entirely independent of blood moons. When this timer elapses, all constructs not in the same area as Link are respawned, and those in Link's vicinity will respawn when he leaves. Oh, okay. So we don't get blood moons, but the constructs do respawn. So that's very, very good to know. So we can still farm then. I'm thinking that's probably what I'll end up doing. Because I don't think that with the amount of energy that we're consuming, that using something like, oh, well, let me try something else here. You know, we have this thing here. This thing is a lot more, you know, versatile in its utility because it floats. Let's see how far we can take this thing up. I don't have a glider. That's not a thing I can do. I don't have a glider. I miss having a glider. Here's what we can do. We can slow play this. Let's try it. If I attach this directly in the center, does this lift it up? No, it needs to have open access. We can do that though. What I'm thinking is we just do this. We take out a fan. We just stick it on the side somewhere. And use it to kind of lift ourselves up ever so slowly. And we'll see how far this platform will go before it starts to disappear. And I want to stop it before we fully run out. Yeah, this is going to be slow and steady kind of strategy. But I'm curious to see how far this platform will let us go, and this will also probably tell us whether things disappear on a time basis or a distance basis. Because we saw we could get a pretty good amount of distance off of our original wing-based strategy, and we weren't even seeing the wing threaten to disappear by the time we were running out of Zonai charges entirely. So we'll see if we can get anywhere as close as we could with the wing as we can with this platform before it starts to threaten to disappear. We'll find out once and for all whether or not it's distance or time-based. Although I could also look it up while we're working on this, since it's going to take some time anyway. But at least this is a lot simpler and a lot less stressful than trying to use the wing. I'll stick it on the back here so that we can kind of make a little bit more headway. Push slightly further toward the island. I don't know how far we'll be able to get here. But let's see what we can do. It may be better for us to go for height, actually. If we can get height and this thing, this platform that we're on right now, starts to threaten to disappear, we could try to pull out a glider. We could try to pull out a wing and kind of glide our way over to the island, provided it's below us. We'll see how that works. I'm just gonna look and see. I'm gonna see if I can figure out what causes Zonai devices to disappear. Okay, so it is a distance. It is distance based. So once you get a certain distance away from where you originally started with a Zonai device, that's what causes it to start to disappear. So in our case, I think going strictly for height would be the smartest choice. Because if our distance exceeds whatever the limit is for this floating platform, we'll have the, if we go for verticality, we'll have the best chance of being able to use a glider to get over there. And we'll at least be one step closer to reaching that super far away Sky Island. Oh boy. Yeah, I'm just trying to look and see. I'm doing a little bit of research on the side here as we slowly make our ascent. Trying to make sure that I have an idea of what we can go for. Oh boy, we're getting some height. We're making some all right distance here. And it's a good thing we have the warm clothes. Imagine trying to do this with time-limited cold resistance going on as well. We're getting somewhere. This is a very slow and steady process, but I definitely don't mind if it means we're making progress. We're already getting a lot more height than we were originally. The only thing that's kind of tragic is I don't think there are any Zonai device dispensers that give us these floating platforms. I think these floating platforms can only be found spawned in the overworld. I'm just trying to look around and see how we're doing on height. Because we have to let our energy recharge in between each one. Well, I will say one thing. Not using fast travel is definitely kind of forcing me to play through this section in a very different way from what I did in the first time. That's for sure. Oh boy. I mean, this thing still hasn't decided to start disappearing yet, so we've get some pretty good distance, and I'm sure we could glide to that first island at the very least, if nothing else. In a pinch, we should be able to use a glider to get over to that first of 3 sky islands. I'm kind of hoping that we could get all the way up to a point where we could use a glider to get to the third one, but I'm not exactly counting on it. Something tells me we're not going to be able to get that much distance squeezed out of this thing. We might be able to get up to the second island, though. That would get us basically 2/3 of the way up. And if nothing else, this at least is passing time between the Zonai construct respawn. Let's see. We're almost even with the second Sky Island at this point. And I'm just slow and steady. I am no stranger to slow and steady, and I have no problem with it whatsoever. If it means we're conserving resources and making the most of what we have on hand, totally worth it. Totally worth it. Yeah, I'm just trying to think. There is a more efficient flying machine we could build if we had access to steering sticks. But I don't think we get any of those on the Great Sky Island. I can't remember what's in the other Zonai device dispenser. If whatever we've got going on up here turns out to not work out, might might try going for that other device dispenser just to see what's in it. Although I suppose I could also look that up as well. I think we're getting to a point where we could potentially glide to the second Sky Island, which is pretty promising. We're getting a lot of height out of this thing. I don't know how much distance we can get from these floating platforms, but we're doing pretty darn good so far. We just keep on climbing. As the ground slowly gets further and further away. Yeah, 144 minutes. Basically, the constructs respawn every, what is that, like, almost 2.5 hours? Oof, 2.5 hours just to be able to go run around and get more Zonai charges from them. Yikes. I mean, at least there's an alright number of them. I mean, we didn't take out all the ones that we found. We still have a decent amount. Granted, we did find some in the one-time lootables that are like the Zonai construct remnants. But look at that, we're almost level with that lower platform on the third Sky Island, the one we need to be on. And we're making pretty good progress here. It's taken a little bit of time. But you know what? I've got time. We're getting some pretty decent height out of this thing. You know, if this works out, I will be plenty happy. Because this is like the first major hurdle of the challenge so far. I didn't expect there to be one here. Because like in the back of my mind, I kind of remembered like, oh yeah, I'm gonna need to backtrack to be able to get to the fourth shrine. Like I remembered backtracking was gonna be required. I did not, for some reason I did not remember that the backtracking involved a huge vertical difference between point A and point B. Somehow I completely forgot just how far up I would need to go to get back to where I needed to be. But we're making our way up. Slowly but surely, we're getting there. You know, worst comes to worst, we definitely could build... We could build a, glider that has forward-facing fans and be able to just go straight. Probably at worst, we could, you know, hit the wall. We could hit the side of the Sky Island at this point. And be able to, you know, make it to that lower landing platform at worst. I would like to try to get a bit further up so that we could kind of just gun straight for the top of the Sky Island and be able to make like a proper landing. But if we really need to, it could probably make a glider that just takes me to solid ground that is attached to the Sky Island that we need to be on. You know, this is actually working out. All things considered, this went way better than I expected from my initial experimentation. Boy, am I glad I realized that this floating platform was, you know, right there and readily accessible. I hadn't realized that and kept making weird floating drone contraptions out of the glider. This definitely would have been a lot more difficult. You know what? This is working out pretty well. You know, in a certain way, I am still, as much as I'm like, oh man, we're having our first actual hurdle in the prologue episode. I am kind of glad that that because of how long and tedious this particular hurdle is, it's probably not super entertaining, but it is interesting that I'm already hitting an interesting challenge because I'm not allowed to fast travel. I think we could glide from here. I think we could totally just use the glider from here. Since we're in a pretty good spot for being able to use a glider, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna start I'm gonna start giving us some momentum forward. We're gonna start getting some horizontal distance. We're gonna bring this platform a bit closer. We'll see how close I can get before we need to start using a glider, if we even need to use a glider at all. Because honestly, we're doing pretty good. We might be able to just get to the Sky Island and only have to have used one fan for the whole thing. That'd be pretty wild. Yeah, it's looking like a pretty decent possibility, all things considered. Like, we might be able to just get over there. Dude, I think we're gonna be able to just go. We might not even need the glider. Dude, we've got this. This thing still hasn't disappeared. This has insane range. That's actually probably really good to know for later, though. If we ever find one of these things and just stick fans to it, we can get some pretty good distance off of these things. Oh, see, it's starting to happen. We've just now hit the threshold. All right, so we turn that off. I'm gonna take out a glider. I can't take that out here. That's not good. Why can't I take that out here? That's concerning. Well, that is a problem. Okay, so we know our limits now. I don't know why it said I couldn't take out a glider there. It seemed really stubborn about not wanting me to take out a glider right there. So, new strategy. We know we can get pretty darn close with that thing. So here's the new strategy. I mean, it's basically the exact same thing that we just did. But this time we also take a glider with us. I don't know if the glider is going to be able to stay with us for the whole thing. But we might as well give it a shot. At worst, this glider that we haven't spent anything, like, this is just a free glider that exists in the world. We haven't used one of our own or anything. If it disappears along the way, oh well. I think I need to detach this thing real quick. I need it to not be directly attached, because I think that causes a problem. Let's try not having it attached. The added weight is making things a bit more complicated here. See, the thing is, I don't know if the unable to take out device was because of the platform actively disappearing underneath me, or if it was because of the amount of space that the fan was taking up space and it didn't have room to actually come out, because like this glider's taking up a lot of space on the platform. Well, I guess we can just try putting a second fan on here to circumnavigate the weight issue. See if that solves it. Maybe one thing I could also do is just lift it with Ultra Hand whenever it's in use. That way it's not adding any weight, since technically I'm holding it. So we'll work our way back up with 2 fans this time. Honestly, we can make it up there. We can get almost all the way to the island. So once we have enough height to use the glider, let's just use the glider to get the rest of the way down. Because it seems like that'll probably be the most reasonable solution. Let's just get enough height to glide from our floating platform to the Sky Island. Because we already tested. We know we can get enough height now. We know this to be true. It's just a matter of being able to actually use a glider once we've gotten the height that we need. But we can definitely do it. I don't think I need to do any more research at the very least. That seems like we've got our answer. We can definitely get up to the island. It just takes time. You know, I'd rather do this than have to just wait around to farm Zonai charges, that's for sure. I mean, if we wanted to, we could speed this up a little bit by using some of our Zonai charges to just refill our energy quicker. But I don't necessarily want to be using our resources for, you know, convenience. Especially early on when I'm not sure how many resources we're going to burn through for different things. But we'll see. We'll see how this turns out. I think because of the way these fans are aligned, I'm getting a slight amount of rotation going on. We're like slightly rotating clockwise, this platform. So eventually we're gonna have to turn around. Or turn to face a different direction. It won't be a problem though. I do think having the 2 fans so that we kind of rise in a more balanced fashion is probably better. Overall, because we're getting more height and less... We're not moving to the side as much, we're getting more verticality. I think for our distance limitation issue, I think having more verticality is going to be important. Because we can get sideways movement with a glider. We just need to get enough height to be able to use it effectively. Because the glider just on its own doesn't have any lift. So if we can get all the lift that we need from this floating platform, then we can use the glider to fill in the gap from the distance perspective. But we gotta work our way back up first. We're almost level with the second Sky Island. We're making some headway. It's just a matter of time. It would be awfully convenient if we could save up here and it would actually, mean something. But I think if we save up here, all that does is just, it saves our most recent time that we were, had our feet on solid ground. It's not like we'll be saved, like our save will have us up here with our Zonai devices as they're set up right now. I think we'll be back on the ground where we started, because that's the last time our feet were on solid ground. We're getting there. We're starting to exceed the second Sky Island. So we're definitely making some degree of progress here. You just gotta keep going up. That's all we gotta do. That's really all we can do. Is just keep going up until we can't go up anymore. And then we gotta use the glider and just go for it. I do think our slight clockwise rotation is kind of funny, though. So yeah, once this platform starts to disappear, we're gonna need to make sure that we can align our glider properly so that we are aimed toward that Sky Island. Otherwise, we might be in trouble. Because then we'll have to make mid-air maneuvers to turn in the correct direction. And depending on how much height we have at that point, it may or may not cause problems. I think this platform has just enough room that no matter which way we're kind of forced to orient to be able to use the glider for covering this distance, I think we'll be able to align ourselves correctly. So I'm not too worried about it. And considering how much horizontal distance we were able to get before it started disappearing, I'm thinking if we can get that much, if even that much distance was still able to translate vertically, I think we should have more than enough height to be able to use the glider, even if we need to make like a mid-air turn. I know we can do this. For sure, we can get to the Sky Island this way. It's just down to execution, basically. No, we just gotta keep going up a few more times at least. So yeah, we're just slightly above it now. Just slightly. And yeah, with the two fans kind of giving us a much more precisely vertical distance rather than rather than moving to the side a little bit like we were doing with when we just had the one fan. Hopefully we'll be able to get even more verticality out of this platform before it starts to disappear on us. Now, I don't trust my Ultra Hand abilities to be able to be quick enough on the draw to retrieve the fans from the platform, attach them to the glider, and align the glider in the correct direction, all within the time it takes for the platform to go from starting to disappear to just completely vanishing. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make sure that this glider is aligned in the correct direction ahead of time here, so that if the platform does start to disappear, that I'm kind of like just ready to jump on the glider and just go for it. So I'm just gonna keep it generally pointed in the right direction here. So that when the moment does arise, we are ready. Alright, let's see how much more height we can get out of this thing before it starts to fade away. I think at this point, honestly, we probably could just even, like, we don't need to wait for the platform to fade. We can just take the fans off of it and use the glider to go over there. I think that would be a totally fair option as well. I do need to perform a slight bit of platform rotation, though. Just so we don't have these things kind of like in the way of us trying to glide out. So let's do this. I'll just put that there for now. Let's rotate a little bit. I'm trying not to hit this thing. Let's just rotate the platform a little bit here, so we have a bit more of a clear shot towards the platform. Or toward the Sky Island, rather. Okay. So then, what I want to do is I want to attach one fan here. Move this over here so it's a bit more properly aligned. Put the other fan there. And I think we're ready to give this a try. Lift it up, we bring it back down. We use a recall to lift up into the air a bit. Activate the fans. I mean, I tried. Maybe I didn't lift it far up enough. Maybe what I need to do is go like out and then back in. That's what I need to do. We really just kind of have to commit. Alright, here we go. Let's give this a shot. We are committed, so let's go for it. We gotta go down a fair bit, and then a little to the left. Alright, we're out of energy, but that's fine. We're on a glider. Oh man. Oh man. We're coming in. Coming in for the landing. Heck yeah, dude. Heck yeah. Awesome. We are here. And we get 3 more wings as a little reward, I guess. I am saving. Save, please. Please save the game. Oh boy, okay. That was a journey. Oop, don't fall in the water. Don't fall in the water. I have no stamina. I could drown in that. I just wanted to grab this Korok I know is up here. Hey buddy, you are a sign that we are getting things done right here. Oh boy. That was an adventure. But hey, we made it. Now I believe we should be able to get in to where we need to. To get to the 4th shrine here. So let's head that way. That's over toward this side of the Sky Island. I can get rid of our pins here. Well, let's see here. Now we've got ourselves a glider here. We can just use this as a sort of makeshift lift to bring us a little bit lower. Don't need to use it as a glider, per se. Let me just bring it over here. Kind of hold it out over the edge here. Just lower it down a little bit. Push it out and then bring it back. Because then what we can do is get on. Use recall. And it'll head on out. And it'll go out. And it'll go down. And we just cancel the recall. And plop. We are exactly where we need to be. Room of Awakening. You know what's also interesting about coming in this way? We didn't actually use the recall function to solve the puzzle that we're kind of meant to solve. Hey buddy, how's it going? It's a crystal refinery. You can take my crystallized charges and use them to produce energy wells. I don't have any of those right now, but those will come in handy later, as we've already seen how having a very limited supply of energy wells can really put a damper on getting around using Zonai devices. We're pretty limited to begin with. Now it's time to solve a shrine based around the rewind ability. So we just wait for a raft to come over the falls here. And then we rewind it. Or rather, I need to wait for it to get a little bit closer so I can jump to it properly. There we go. It skips, bounces a little bit, and then we go wee. Nice and easy. No problem at all. Let's check out what's in this treasure chest since we're here. God, I'm really happy that we've managed to get up here without using the fast travel. That was interesting. I'm glad I was able to figure out getting up there using the floating platform. And very, 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 very good to know that those things have an incredibly extensive distance limit. Alrighty. Now we can actually get to the surface of Hyrule. And we can call this stream a success. We have learned a couple of things. Mainly the Zonai devices being distance-based rather than time-based. And we know that constructs, the Zonai constructs, will respawn every 144 real-time minutes. And that their respawning is separate of blood moons. So we need to go, like, we need to dive. We need to nosedive. Can we nosedive? This is about as nosedive as it gets. The only other thing I could probably do is, like, use a recall to cancel its momentum. And we get a bit more of a dive. Oh, please let me land in some water. Oh, that was a bit sketchy. I hope this is water. Yep, this is water. Okay. We're gonna land toward the middle. Yeah, okay, we're fine. Oh, ho, ho. I should have anticipated that the glider would be a little bit thrown off balance by me using recall like that. But no worries, we are back. We are back with solid ground under our feet once again. Oh boy. This has been exciting, to put it mildly. Been exciting in certain ways. Maybe not a ton of, like, high-octane action kind of excitement. But more of a, we had a puzzle before us, and we managed to find a way to solve it. I wonder how much the developers expected people to do basically what I did. I wonder how much that kind of thing was on their minds and in their plans when designing, like, this area of the game and that kind of stuff. Because they definitely made that area be very much out of the way. They did not want people to easily get up to where they needed to be without using the fast travel function. But now we can get our heart container that we need to be able to get out of this place. And to get to the surface of Hyrule, where we will call it for tonight. Because as it turned out, for being a bonus prologue stream, we've streamed as long as I normally do for stream length. Oh boy. I am kind of glad that we don't have to farm, though. That is a bit of a relief, because at that point I was kind of questioning whether or not we'd be able to, you know, continue the playthrough tonight. But it looks like we'll be able to do that. We'll just start off from wherever we land on the surface here.
Ah, good. I see you have managed to open the door. You haven't fully recovered yet, but that is to be expected. You were almost beyond saving. By visiting the shrines and receiving their blessings, you have mitigated some of the corruption's effects.
And we'll be doing plenty more of that.
Though our time together has been brief, I am so happy that we finally met. You are exactly as Zelda said. I've done everything I can for her. Now it is up to you.
He's fading away. We won't see him again for a long time. At least outside of flashback memories, basically. Alright. Now we only have one more final piece of business here before we head down to the surface. One final task we must complete before we are finally done with the Great Sky Island. We've got this glowing orb of light here. Now what could this be about? Well, it's responding to our recall ability. So it's gotta be something related to Zelda then, huh? Master Sword's responding to it. Alright. Depositing one decayed Master Sword. Express delivery to the past. It's gonna go on one big recall trip. All the way to Zelda. Now, we won't see the results of that exchange for quite a while either. But we won't worry about that right now. Don't worry about it. I'm sure the light dragon showing up at this exact moment is purely a coincidence. Definitely not at all related to what just happened. Finally, the clouds have parted.
Link. Link. You must find me.
Let's Lookout Landing. That'll be our first destination when we get to tonight's stream. You know what? I think we'll actually save this jump even. We'll save this jump for tonight's stream. That'll be a fun way to start things off. So we'll just save it right here. We've done everything we set out to do tonight, so... At least on this particular stream. So... we will come back to this during my usual stream block. In, gosh, what will that be? About 14 hours from now? Hey, at least I don't have to farm for anything like I was worried I was gonna have to. We'll make the big leap about 14 hours from now. Man, this has been interesting so far. I was not expecting to already come across something like that on the Great Sky Island. I thought the opening area was just gonna be like, oh, we'll get this taken care of because we're not gonna really see anything of particular relevancy to our challenge run parameters. We'll get to the surface where it really makes a difference. I completely forgot that the place we need to go for the 4th shrine is way, way above everything else. But we made it. It took almost an hour, I think, if I was tracking the time correctly. But we made it. And it wasn't too difficult, mainly just took time. But you know what? We made it. We got all the stuff we needed to do up here, and got plenty of Korok seeds along the way. We got a pretty decent amount of supplies. We got ourselves a pretty good, solid start for when we jump down to the surface on tonight's stream. So, thank you all for being here and hanging out. I will try to get this VOD uploaded to YouTube as soon as I can, so that ideally people will have at least some chance to kind of skim through and have, access to this part of the experience before we jump into the real meat and potatoes tonight. But worst comes to worst, I can always, I am prepared to link to the Twitch VOD if necessary. If for whatever reason I'm not able to get the VOD up on YouTube and released in a reasonable time frame before tonight's stream. So I want people to be able to have access to at least some context of what went down, even though most of it's pretty standard. The only thing that really stands out, specifically relating to our challenge run here, is getting up to that 4th shrine. Well, that was a bit of a humdinger. At least compared to what I was kind of expecting to go through. See, I'll probably start working on that as soon as I sign off here and just try to get it started uploading as soon as possible, and just it will release as soon as it's done processing. So I don't know if I will post a link to it. I'll post a link to the archive on YouTube. 1, if it actually is up in time. And 2, I'll probably only do that once I'm actually awake, because I'm probably gonna go to bed immediately after I start the upload. Because it is almost 6 a.m. and I'd like to get a full night's sleep if I can. But this has been interesting. I think we're off to a pretty good start. And I'm looking forward to seeing what the rest of the experience has to offer for us. So, thank you all for being here and hanging out. I am gonna get started editing and uploading this archive to the YouTube channel as soon as I sign off here. So, until tonight's stream, I guess. Take care, everyone.